Good evening, folks. How are we all doing today? What this button does, apparently, guy, is nothing, because you didn't press a button, apparently. Unless you mean the button which brings you over to me, in which case, you. Right, well, it is new RPG time. Having finished up .hack Part 1, we are looking at something new, and I decided to do something a little bit different today. We've done quite a lot of kind of JRPG format games. Final Fantasies, .hacks, Claire Obscure, Breath of Fire. We've done quite a few on that vein. So I thought it'd be interesting to try something a little bit different and branch out a little. So today, we are going to be playing Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. I know I said Rogue Warrior then. An old PS2 game. An old Army Men game. Known as Omega Soldier for you US folks. Hey, Grump. This button brought me into questionable life choices. No, questionable life choices was having the button available. Following through with the action of clicking the button was call for euthanasia, I think. No, I don't have any of the DLC. I haven't really even had a look at what the DLC are, to be honest. Isn't there a thing on here you can press now for DLC? No? I thought there was a button on here you could press for DLC now. What? Yeah. Was Doggo was a DLC? Yes. Wait, did I? Now you've got me doubting myself. Did I do DLC or not? Library, Rogue Trader, store page. Sure, I just bought the base edition. Yes. Apparently there's a free DLC called The Shovel. I don't know which one is the Doggo DLC, but I don't own any of them, so I may at some point look at the season pass, but for the first play, I just wanted to go through it normally, to be honest. Nothing we need on there. Voidfarer? I'm trying to remember which one is the Doggo DLC now. Browse all. Lex Imperialis is the is that one, and it's actually listed as a story expansion, and it's not just a class. So, maybe at the end we'll pick that up and go through. Right, accessibility options. See, we like these. We like accessibility options. Took in for 100+ hour playthrough. I'm fine with that. Nope. That's exactly why these games are played on the night shift. Because there ain't shit to get in my way. Font size. Honestly, small's fine there. Ooh. What happens if you are all of them? That's awful. Don't do that. Don't be that. So that's what's. I think that's what wasted is. Right? Wasted is primarily protranopic. However, in one of his eyes, he's also deuteranopic. Oh wait, so that one's red green. Oh, so it tilts the spectrum differently for it. Okay, that's fair. A very small percentage. Oh, sorry, I thought that was the blurb. I want to make a game called Photosensitivity Warning now. Fucking Euler. All right, let's have a look. License granted, blah, blah, blah. Non-exclusive, revocable, standard crap. You must use a game worldwide. You may use the game worldwide unless otherwise stated. No transfer change. Hacking or cheating, standard stuff. Potential programming changes and improvements. The minimum and recommended system device may change. At all times, any data collected and being processed under this EULA will be treated in accordance with our privacy policy. Limited warranty, limited liability, blah, blah, blah. All title ownership rights and intellectual properties. Expressly set forth in a year. Okay. Game is licensed, not sold, which means that no title or ownership regarding this game is transferred or assigned to you. Fucking bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That's just it just annoys me on every game. Cyprus for your legal issues. Remember, folks, if purchasing isn't owning, then piracy isn't theft. Let's face it. Can't wait for this. I cannot wait for this. This is going to be so good. I don't even mind that they've put an ad in my game. I'm super excited. Northesiums. Ooh, interesting. So what we got there? We got a very interesting looking Jason Statham Ogrin. We've got a Bronn the Brigand Game of Thrones Inquisitor. We have an Eldar and a Kroot and a Catachan. It's going to be an interesting one. Kind of excited for that. Do love me my Dark Heresy. Right, so we got DLCs. I own none. Purchase is available for all of them. Eventually I'll just end up getting a season pass, probably. Mods. There's a Nexus mods for this. Okay, wasn't aware of that. Right, I guess we jump straight in. Main story. Oh, hello. Void Shadows is the first major story expansion for Rogue Trader, offering a massive amount of content with about 15 hours of fresh gameplay and new romance. Wait, there are romanceable companions in this? Is she a sister of... Is she a... not a Sister of Silence. A... Untouchable. Okay, I don't really want romanceable people. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over a trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of von Valancius as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high, and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Coronis expanse. We'll just have it on normal. I don't really want to mess with this too much. Grimdark. In the grimdarkness of the future, there is only war. This mode is the ultimate challenge for the boldest of Lord Captains who want to truly immerse themselves in the world of 40k, with the highest stakes possible. All decisions, victories, and losses in the Grimdarkness mode are final and irreversible. You only have a single save, which is updated automatically every time you exit the game. No loading from an earlier point, no second chances, and no changing previous decisions. If you manage to successfully overcome all obstacles, and make it all the way to the epilogue, bringing glory to the von Valancius dynasty, you will receive the There Is Only War achievement and a special item for all future playthroughs as a testament to your skill and bravery. If the party of your void ship is defeated in battle, your grim darkness journey ends there. You will be offered to either honorably accept your fate and delete the save, or continue the game in a custom mode. However, completing the story will not grant you the This Is Only War achievement. It is possible to turn off Grimdark mode at any time, converting it to custom mode. Once this is done, it cannot be reversed. As soon as you change the mode, you will no longer qualify for the achievement. This mode is currently only available in single player. Inviting your friends into a game with this mode will automatically convert it to custom. Ooh. Kind of tempted. But no, we'll just play normally. Didn't know it had space combat. That's interesting. So, just going to go in as normal. We can always tweak things later. We can play as Hikata, Darius, or Behadar. Okay, so these are your background traits. So it's an Imperial world, it's from an Imperial world and it has military traditions. Used to be an Astra Militarum commander, has the feat of greatness and a brand of shame. Commander-in-Chief of a disastrous military campaign, you were branded in shame. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm aware of what gets added, but I don't want to add all this super powerful, amazing stuff to the first playthrough. Is all. Operative. I'm guessing you are a inquisitorial operative. An operative uses intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in the enemy defenses. None can withstand an attack from the operative. Core focus, precise single attacks, defense penetration, area debuffs, and constant firing and consistent firing position. Warriors are combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarters, combat, and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. Movement and dodge, armor and parry talents for soaking damage. Okay, well, we're doing custom. Oh, there's actually quite a few variables here. That's kind of cool. Oh, you are the one whom you do not fuck. Like, she is a badass and will tear you apart. Like this guy, don't give a shit. Her, she's trying it on too much. This one's seen some shit. Oh, so you can be Psyker as well. I kind of want to play some sort of Vindicare if I can. Suppose I should have a look at what's available in that respect. But this is giving me big Baldur's Gate 1 vibes. Oh no, none of that. That's awful. Also, you remind me of someone from a random side character from The Expanse, which I've just been watching. I like your mustache. Holy shit! That is an Astartes pattern bolter. Doing well to fucking look. That's not a heavy bolter. That is an Astartes pattern bolter. Which I believe is Mars pattern. Okay, so I guess... Oh, you do custom portraits. That's cool. I guess the question here is, do we want to go wits and words, some sort of Mechanicus build? There isn't really any sort of assassin character that I can see. That's kind of sad. Maybe that one. He's such a fucking badass. That'd be a roguish one, I suppose. Okay, let's ignore that for now. Ignore that for now. Okay, so choosing your origin, Darkest Hour archetypes. So we're going to be looking at archetypes essentially. Warrior, officer, operative, soldier. Oh, so if you want to be a warrior, you want to be an assassin, you have to go from warrior into assassin. You want to be an officer, that can take you into... Okay, okay. Warriors are combatants exploit. So the only one we haven't read is officer. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. Core focus is granting extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies, and momentum. With momentum, your party members can use unique abilities called heroic acts and desperate measures. In battle, the level of momentum changes depending on the actions of characters. If the momentum gauge reaches 175 or more, any party member can use a heroic act. If momentum drops below 25, your party will gain the ability to use desperate measures, which has a number of negative effects. At the beginning of each combat, the momentum of the party starts at 100, max is 2. Okay, so it's a variable percentage gauge, plus 100, minus 100. Okay. I kind of like the idea of going into an officer and then becoming Grand Strategist, to be honest. Holy shit, okay, there's more. Master of battlefield positioning for themselves and their allies. The Grand Strategist... Officers and operatives can become Grand Strategist, is able to increase the battle effectiveness of their party by designating and strengthening for important parts of the battlefield. The core focus is battlefield control, ally buffs, unique utility. I think it's got to be this. I think we've got to go... I think we've got to go officer. I wouldn't mind an operative into assassin, but I feel like that's more of a second playthrough deal. Like I can get an assassin on my team, but it makes sense for me to be the officer leading the troops. I think we'll do that. And if we are a rogue trader, then that one works. I'm thinking more noble origin. I kind of like that one. Someone who's, like, augmented to fuck. I think I like that one. That's not what that looks like at all. Right. Big duder. Let's see if we can get that as close as possible, then. It's not bad. That's probably closer. 9. 11's not bad. Go for the paler skin tone. $11 seems to fit that better. Wrong nose, really. Definitely wrong nose there. And I think that's the best one. Okay. Can I hide gear here? Is there a... Yes, there is. Right. Let's actually look at things and what they change. Big blue font with a thing, but I don't like the feathers in that bit. Probably the closest, but not really fitting. Oh fuck, it's Aaron's son. Eyebrows are really ridiculously thin and curved, so that's more close to that one. Anything else scrolling down on there? No. Tattoos. I don't think we would have... Oh, there's loads of them. Oh, you can have multiple tattoos, I see. Right, and we also want to remove that scar. I don't imagine there's going to be anything close to what we're seeing in there. No. So we'll remove the scar. Now, specifically, she's got the thing coming out of her nose. So is there anything close to that? Seven of 9 cranial implant. Not really seeing anything. That probably is the closest, it being a kind of access port for what comes later. So if we can have a couple of those, but that's covered by the hair, that's annoying. Not going to see those on the back. or the front. Yeah, okay. We'll do that.
My tactics are flawless.
The divine watches over us.
I kind of like that one already.
Macro cannons, open fire.
Macro cannons!
Let chaos paint the stars red.
Whoa, hang on. Heretical?
Through chaos I stride. Step by step I lead.
Oh, God, it's Raquel.
Applaud my brilliance. Let our weapons be true, and I am but a heart.
I'll see you destroyed.
I have a nose for profit, and time to reap the spoils of the battle.
That's probably the best one. Right, Origin. Probably we'll have a look, see what they do. On Death Worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take an aggressive and destructive form inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest, like Fenris, Caliban. Although Caliban was kind of tamed, to be fair. These harsh environments result in some of the hardest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero G. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities or a strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from the others. Ivor's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities, bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium, and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. That's not true, that's Forge worlds. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies in vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populace. Forge worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Entire planets ceded to the demands of the vast macro industries, each is a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different Forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies of ways of war. These are often coloured by the technologies they specialise in manufacturing. The bulk of the Forge world's population is utilised as a labour force, whilst the fortunate few may be introduced into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Forge world characters choose one augmentation system from the following list. Okay. An Imperial world is one of the millions of planets united by the belief of the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the Master of Humanity, and the Imperial Creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are nevertheless part of the Imperium. Any characteristic except for weapon or ballistic skill and add a +10 bonus. So that's your generic. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire population is immersed in warfare. Acadia stands. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge that they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. NSS never stop shooting. ABF, always be firing. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain 10 stacks of Never Stop Shooting. At the end of their turn, there is a stacks of Never Stop Shooting % chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP, and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. Shit, alright. If this effect triggers, all stacks are lost. So that's a scaling chance for a free attack. That's pretty good. I've never actually looked at these. Survival Instinct. Once per combat, when the wounds of a Death World character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Death Wheel characters also gain 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. The Voidborn character can re-roll any failed attack, dodge, parry characteristic or skill test with a 20% chance of success. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful roll. Hive World characters gain +1 FEL bonus. I don't know what that is. Fellowship. Gain +1, which is 1 plus Fellowship divided by 2. Resolve. If there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in a 3-cell radius, yet they suffer a -2 penalty to resolve with no creatures around. So if you're on your own, you're at -2. If you're with 1 or more, then you're at neutral, unless that exceeds 1 plus Fellowship bonus divided by 2. Oh no, if there are 3 or more. So yeah, okay, that's situational. Don't really know what Fellowship is. Represents character's ability to interact with other creatures to deceive, charm, or befriend them. High Fellowship will help a character find a way to approach a gathering of unsociable savants or to effortlessly make a deal with treacherous merchants. Is also associated... I think that's probably the best one, then. That's probably going to be fitting our character. Camaraderie. Hive-World characters can pass willpower resistance tests using their Fellowship value instead, if the character's Fellowship is higher. The Hive-World character has a melee superiority against the enemy. The effect is increased by +10. If the enemy has melee superiority against a Hive-World character, the effect is decreased by 10. All range weapons dealing physical damage have +1 damage and 5 armor pen, and +1 rate of fire, but -5 to -5 to recall. So that's all beneficial. If a Hive-World character starts their turn adjacent to an ally character, the Hive-World character gains 2 MP. If a Hive-World character ends their turn adjacent to allies, they all gain +2 MP on their next turn. Okay, that feels about right for what I'm going for here. Crime Lord. Noble. The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is a primary fighting force of the Imperium and the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. Even though we're in the 42nd now. You have served as one of the commanders of the Astra Militarum Regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. When used for 1 round, the Astra Militarum commander and their allies do not suffer damage from allied attacks. Oh shit, friendly fire. And they also deal more damage to enemies that were attacked by them since the ability activation. If multiple Astra Militarum commanders are in combat, the effect does not stack. It can only be used once per combat. I don't think I like that one. Yeah. Commissars are the officio prefectus of the ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of the Astra Militarum Regiment. You used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of imperial authority, regarded with a mix of fear and awe by your subordinates. Caiaphas Cain. Commissar shoots an allied character with the pistol equipped in their primary hand, dealing 100 plus coercion percentage of weapon damage. This shot ignores armor and deflection and always hits. If that ally is a Xenos, this always scores a critical hit. If the ally remains in combat, they gain at all costs effect for 1 round. If the ally falls unconscious, this effect is instead applied to the Commissar's other allies, other than themselves, and the cooldown of this ability is reset at the start of the next turn. Okay, so if I shoot you and you live, you do better. If I shoot you and you don't live, everybody else does better. That's with a pistol in the primary hand, dealing damage, gain critical chance, and dodge reduction. The effect of the iconic sidearm is now active when a pistol is equipped in either hand, not just primary. When a Commissar is adjacent to an enemy, their allies gain +1 resolve. When there are no creatures in a 2-cell radius, the Commissar gains resolve. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those willing to bow. Christ, I can read. For those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals. At the start of combat, the Crime Lord gains an int bonus stack of the Surefire Plan effect. Activation of this ability consumes 1 stack and makes the next action stronger depending on the type of attack. More damage, more dodge and parry. And it can debuff an enemy. Bonus damage of a Surefire Plan is increased. Bonus to dodge and parry from the Surefire Plan is increased. That's disorienting contingency plan. At the start of their turn, the Crime Lord has no stacks of Surefire Plan. They gain 1 stack. Once per combat, if the Crime Lord has at least 1 stack of Surefire Plan, they do not die from lethal damage. Instead, they heal 5 times Surefire stacks to a maximum wounds, lose all stacks, and can no longer gain Surefire Plan. Could be interesting, but not for what I'm going for. Does that one not have a picture? The Ecclesiarchy, known formerly as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institute that oversees the galaxy spanning region of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinal missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure that the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against the heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those. Momentum, so that's actually good for us because we're in a momentum build. Gains willpower. Whenever the character uses War Hymn or Furious Recital, each demon or Xenos in a 5 cell suffers damage. Whenever the Ministorian Priest uses War Hymn, priests themselves and their allies in a 5 cell radius deal more damage. Will point bonus critical damage. Okay. Imperium's navy is responsible for the fleets of void ship that assert its dominance into the Imperium amidst the stars, and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. Used to be a navy officer. Gains braced effect for each ally, including themselves, in a 5-style radius. The effect lasts for 1 round. The navy officer gains +1 charge of this ability at the start of combat, when their wounds drop below 50% for the first time in combat, and each time an ally falls unconscious. Enemies in a 5 cell around the navy, while braced, suffer weapon skill debuff and ballistic skill debuff. Allies with the braced effect or affected by the navy officer's other non-attacking archetype abilities gain dodge and do not provoke attack of opportunity. When the navy officer scores a critical hit or successfully parries an attack with a primary melee weapon, they immediately make an attack, whichever costs the least AP, with their secondary weapon against the same enemy. Navy officer can use the Get Off Me ability once per round, and the targets of their melee attack must pass an agility. Going to be in melee, I don't particularly want that. All allies affected by brace for impact gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 movement points, and increase their cover efficiency by 20%. So that's actually really good. You know, just take all your shots and then worry about getting into cover. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. They grow into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected the obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil under your family in solemn fealty. Noble assigns 1 ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics at the start of the next turn. Anytime the servant attacks a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains... Anytime the servant attacks a target the noble dealt damage to, not the other way around, have a higher critical hit chance. You, do something. The noble uses an ability on their servant. The servant gains +1 AP next turn, does not stack with itself. You, protect me. If the noble and the servant are adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn, they both gain temporary wounds. Noble's servant gains +2 movement every turn. If the servant kills the target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the noble gains +1 AP. The servant heals, has less than 30% maximum wounds. The noble can use the You Serve Me once more in battle, designating a new servant and removing the effect from the previous one. The noble cannot designate a character who already was their servant this turn. Okay, that sounds cool. I'm not going to be a psyker. I'm going to say that straight now. I am not going to be a psyker. I quite like the idea of going noble. Your strong presence and persuasiveness stopped a feudal war between neighboring systems. Now, you were named planetary governor and survived. A noble feat, a glorious feat, to be fair, having made useful connections on both sides of the law. You had a rival noble house's reputation destroyed and its members exiled from the sector. FEL, Fellowship. The character's business sense and their ability to make profitable bargains. Oh, coercion. Represents character's talent to manipulate other people through intimidation and reach their desired goals. Yeah, okay, let's go that one. Darkest Hour. The mysterious tome that was discovered in your family's library exacted a terrible toll on your mind. You are a bastard, an illegitimate member of the family that immediately turned its back on you. You were kidnapped for ransom. Your captors mistreated you up until the moment you were released. The ability to resist negative effects. Affects the character's understanding of the Imperial tenant's history and structure. Okay, let's go bastard. We're going officer. Okay, so here's where I do not know what we want. I want less weapon skill, more ballistic. I want to go ranged. Origin, Hive World, Agility makes sense. So we kind of want to probably take us into a... The character's ability to interact with other creatures. Oh, they go in 5s. Okay. And we can only take it up 2 points. Okay, well, let's buff our primary stats then. For now. Oh, we get a sword class frigate. Okay. Malefactor's Repentance. The hell of a name. The Fatum Aducium. The Arcanum Lucidius. The Atonement of the Abyss. The Glorium Libertatum. The Void Treader. Okay, okay. I like the Dawn Treader motif there. Malefactor's Repentance. I don't think I've ever really thought about what I would name a Warhammer ship before, so let me just consult my little booklet. It'll be name. And you actually search for me? There we go. Name list. Right, let's have a look. What have I got under my ships? Animals. Thunderchild doesn't fit. I usually go Thunderchild, but it wouldn't fit. No. Ooh, you know what? It's a crappy ship. It's a low level one, and we're a bastard who's done well in life. So I think we go the Beggar's Blade. Sword-class frigate is a classic void ship design proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions 1.6 kilometers. The Von Valentius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valentius dynasty. Every system aboard the frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders, and for hunting the couriers, the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics of the Coronis Expanse. Numerous Von Valentius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel. With a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valentius dynasty. And now we need a name. Now we need a name for ourselves. Let's go with... Trying to find something that sounds Warhammer-ish from my list. That one's not bad. Lady Alethea. Okay. That's it. We're done. We get to actually play. It's only taken, what, 48 minutes? Give me RPG stuff to do, man. I'm calling it yes. Hey, Firebird. Where's your name in blue? Your name should be in red. Why have you changed it? I don't like it. Meow. It's me.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Choices in dialogue. You are in a dialogue, yay. Here you can learn about current events, influence the character you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select a reply by left-clicking on or pressing the corresponding digit. Truly is awe-inspiring, frankly, such excess can be tiring at times. All this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense, it is enough to make one think that the architects meant to compensate rather than glorify. Have we met? Oh, let's go bitchy, shall we?
My apologies. I did not seek you out to pester you with unwanted attention. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valentius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. The tooltips that appear can help you better understand the world of the game and its mechanics. Words are highlighted when they first appear in a text. Scroll up in the dialog box to see the desired highlighted term again. Okay. God Emperor of Mankind, the guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Dun dun dun. Rogue Trader. Subject of the Imperium with unique hereditary title. A rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. I am Duchess Alatea Eros Vineria Deval of Calaxis. Of Calixis, not Calaxis, that's different. You may call me Your Grace.
My deepest respects to you, Your Grace. A noble of the Imperium. It's been a long time since Providence last brought such eminent guests aboard this vessel.
The galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god who is known as the God Emperor of Mankind.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Okay. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
You say they're rogue trader heirs, so there is another candidate.
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
So you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencias are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Lord who now? Okay. Rogue trader Theodora von Valencias desires to personally meet with the... Okay, bye. Follow Conrad. Move your character by left-clicking on the spot on the screen. A symbol will appear, and your character will move towards it. If the spot you choose is inaccessible, the symbol will appear in the closest available. Rotate as normal. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects, others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interaction spot. Click left-click on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors and chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold Tab to highlight objects your character can interact with. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. Sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the jumbled numeric logic something. Lay people interfering with the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine's spirit. In the name of the Omnissiah, refrain from any further profane acts. Roger that. Greetings, my lady. That's where we want to be going. A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2348th volume, I may go too quick, of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium. Can we have those on screen a little longer, please? Dismiss lag time before showing a tooltip. I guess not. Yes, you are back to it. You are now acceptable. Lehman Russ Annihilator. Demolisher, sorry. Tarantula turret with las cannons.
What's happening?
Oh shit, rogue servitors.
The servitors have gone berserk!
Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter!
To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds as you fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize yourself with the combat system of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle. Okay, 20 health. Can't that's interacting with those costs 2 AP. I wonder if I could turn that on. I wonder if I could... I mean... I'm sorry. Is that a Lehman Rush Demolisher with a multi-melter on the side? What are you using that for? Why do you have twin sponson mounted multi-melters? What can they possibly be used for that this can't take at a much greater range? Take some freaking heavy bolters on there, you dumbasses. You missed. Shit, alright, these things are fucking brutal. All battles in the game are in turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell with the highlighted area within the highlighted area and double-click to move there. Movement points determine how far the character can move in their turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, the action can no longer be cancelled. A big bitch is too fast for the main gun to track, but it's a melter. It's too close. Anything that gets that close to a Lehman Russ, you shouldn't need a multi-melter to take down. Like, okay, sure, it's basically an ultra heat powered shotgun, so it'll clear out anything that gets too close to you. You know, if you have a squad of heretics running at you, sure, if they get in range of that, that will melt them to about here. Anything within this range is gonna get absolutely annihilated and turned to a viscous amount of bodily fluids. But they can't fire backwards. They're forward and side firing only. So they're not defensive in nature, which means they're an assault weapon. So why would you not have something like 3 heavy bolters or even some las guns that can fire at, oh, I don't know, fucking infinite range as long as there's gravity holds out? Like, it makes no sense. Why would... You don't need 3 sets of heavy weapons on a tank. You need 1 big gun and then a series of support weapons. I just do not get that loadout at all. If you are running a Lehman Russ Demolisher close enough to use that, it does not need this. Right. So, I would like to do the thing. What have I got here? Voice of command. The officer forces an ally to push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 15. So this is free. I can do this every turn. The noble assigns 1 hour, so I'm going to do that to you.
I'll see to it personally.
You serve me. Officer forces an ally to push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 15.
I refuse.
Target has to be under the overexerted voice of command or impetuous words. Really? Why?
I won't stand for it.
Character who becomes a target of voice of command cannot be targeted by this ability for the next.
Who, if not me?
You. Do stuff. 4 to 7 damage. Can't get into cover anywhere. If I move forward,
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
still the same. To make attacks use abilities in combat, a character must spend action points, or AP. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain AP cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the the icon of attack action and other abilities indicate their AP cost. At the start of each character's turn, their AP is restored to their maximum state. To attack, first left-click on the single shot icon on the weapon panel at the bottom of the screen, hover the cursor over the enemy. The tooltip will appear showing your chances of hitting the enemy and the possible damage that they will deal on a successful hit. Click it again to fire. The amount of damage your character deals depend on the parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and the enemy. When you target an enemy with a single shot, you will see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities the character may have. If a character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose all their remaining movement points until the start of the next turn. Okay, so do all of your movement before you attack. So this is my... So I need to move kind of closer, really. He's now in my effective range, which means I have an 85% chance of hitting.
It's as good as done.
Max damage, nice. Space to end my turn. You missed. You better not. Yeah. Stop analyzing and kill the fucking thing. What's that, 3?
I'll make it happen.
What's that? Reload. Okay, so that's my ammo capacity.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Go, my little dude! Oh, he went. Can you actually attack, motherfucker?
I am ready for whatever comes. I refuse. I won't compromise.
Can't use
my
it on
principles.
myself. Yes, hit him, not me. Hit him. Characters with... Oh, nice. Characters with melee weapons can buy...
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' abilities to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. These can be fired at point-blank range. Big guns never tire. Roger that. Spread out. No one is allowed to enter the premises. Stations.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Okay. Is looting a thing? Does not appear to be. The wires of the servitor's head are still smouldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was the short circuit of its motive force. Tarantula sentry gun constructed with the blessings of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufacturing of the XIV systems. They go too quick. I just want them to slow down a little. Ooh. I like a good formation. Options. Display. I want the font to be slower. All I want. Autosave slots. All of them. Where's a timeline before showing a tooltip on mouse over? Yeah, there's nothing here, is there? Nope. Okay, if I can find a mod for that, I think I will, because that's going to get annoying. Lehman Russ battle tank. Reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor. The first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortes Caton. Stupid fucking tank. Meow. If I see you raise your hand again, I'll hand you over to tech priests. Oh, shit, alright. Oh, these all have things. Cool. A grey-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. Strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. A stone on a pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. A massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow. Necron! A violet alloy, which, upon closer examination, turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. Okay. You have a name. I'm going to talk to you. Oh. You've disappointed me immensely. Why are the barricades set up inside the void ship?
I always have a backup plan.
The massive metal structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits and figures representing celestial bodies. An orrery. Run straight through.
That is simply irrational. Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
I'm going to let him go. I'm
While
going to
you
listen.
are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Approach.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion?
I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions,
Okay.
metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Okay. Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. In such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed for a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party members with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given test. Cool. So, now my first thing is read the Horus Heresy. If that spirit is called Samus, run like a motherfucker and never go back. If not, the idea that it's some sort of alien kind of appeals. Ways to confirm whether there is ways to confirm whatever is happening is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychics to do so, but it will give you the answer. First verify if this is indeed the case or if the population engages in Xeno worship.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Sure.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do. Both servants of God Emperor, find your tone most disagreeable. I'm going to go with 1.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
What a dick. What a simpering sycophant.
So, why are you here?
That is all. There are all questions I wish to have answered. I do not know yet. I hope you will clarify that.
Clarity. A luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris.
Scaris?
I am a rogue trader in the service of the God.
Someone's been reading their Eisenhorn.
Humanity, and my rights and freedoms
That
are
puts us in
vindicated by
the
a most sacred relic.
Segmentum Obscura.
The warrant of trade kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with Von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader.
I better be. I bought the fucking game.
Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Oh shit. The Master of Whisperers is related to you. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now? One of. I think I'm going to go with the arrogant bitch role.
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Navigator translation. I already know what that is. We're going to be jumping through the Immaterium. We're doing a warp jump. The incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked its crew. That seems like that's kind of whiny. That's dealt with. We don't need to care about that. What are my current responsibilities? Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir. Now that's simpering sycophant shit. I have no more questions. Let's be pragmatic. Where are we headed?
The Rycat system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage. It's not the time.
So what am I to do?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Acceptable.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Oh shit, okay. Cultists, but I'm not seeing any mutations. Packing auto guns and sluggers. All combatants act in turn in their order is determined by the initiative roll. The order of the turn is displayed on the left of the screen from bottom to the top. The character at the very bottom goes first, then the one above them. So it's Theodora first. I'm not going to get a chance for a little bit.
Look out.
Yeah, look it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Stay vigilant.
Ooh, that's what a melter does. Turns people to goo.
I serve the ruined powers.
Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that the character can hide behind is marked with a shield, or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that the enemy attack will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will receive a bonus if attacked from the side... will not receive a bonus if attacked from the wrong side. Right, so... there is the obvious place. We want to do that, and... I'm gonna give Mort some fucking go. You, serve me! And then I guess we just start pot-shotting. Fuck, alright, sit down, dickhead. Your character has just landed a critical hit. It deals damage, increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. The character's critical damage is 150% of their normal damage by default. However, certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. So then weapons have their own critical damage stat, which is added to the character's total stat. Alright. More! No!
I am your doom.
Plasma gun.
Is at the fore.
Like it.
I took care of this one.
Okay. Melee can attack multiple times.
To the heretics.
The character received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance the character's capabilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effects you have gained, hover your cursor over the effect icon next to your character's portrait. I'd love to, but it keeps disappearing. Permanent duration, plus 50 ballistic skill to the end of combat. I mean, he's the last one. We'll probably just shoot him, to be fair. Ooh, nearly got him.
Don't touch me. Bloody Imperium!
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive.
Yeah.
Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
I need information.
From what we have seen, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks.
Nah, it's far too organised.
Oh, the casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer Prime before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them.
Okay, how could there be armed people in the ranks? That's obvious. The incident with the rampaging servitors may be connected, so now this has become relevant.
Possibly. Quite likely. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation.
Agreed.
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Roger that. How can I heal? Oh, back and full. Why was I on 11 then? Why did I take damage? Right. think he went this way. The hell happened there? Ah, random bullshit. Hold on, Master. Just stay with us.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance.
Agreed.
Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Read it to those still in the middle decks. Perhaps they might stop this wave.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure.
Fair.
And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers.
Yeah, fair. We're feeling a bit sus about you, to be fair.
Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
Here in a bit.
Then move out! Mort, come.
No! I want Mort with me. Mort has a melter. He wanted to melt her. Ah. Get toes. Banged against the wall.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I have a proposition. Since I am the more important person here, you can go in front and shield me from any potential threats. You better not fail me. Lord Captain made it clear. No, I'll make do. Just go.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Oh. Promise you a special destiny, Alethea, and it's time to fulfill it. Bastards. Absolute bastards. Oh. Dick.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. She has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber, and for that, I need her breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful. You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Inbred.
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
No.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter. Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
To the void with you. The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning you from your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate, go to the gate. No! The voices in your head giggle and mock as your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence. You are wounded by a corrupted weapon which led to the warp entity invading your mind. Have you got a fucking anatheme? No, I'd be dead if it was, never mind. Forcing you to your feet and making you take a step towards the gate looming. I tried to resist. In the gateway you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns its head on you, one of its eyes sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. You carefully inspect the design of the cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy which was used as material for the machine's components, some of which you are unfamiliar with. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. Archaeotech is described as an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. The servitor of the gate begins to move. With the screeching and grinding of metal, it leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek. Much wider than the jaw of a living human could, the servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voice that filled your head after Voitvir wounded you with the blade did not go away. On the contrary, the source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. You look around for the hopes of finding at least something that you could use as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. nary a broken panel or protruding piece of rebar in sight. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper threads, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creator of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Okay. Railroad. Sentinel's jaw clamps around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall from the servitor's throat. And immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up. And the pump stirs into motion. The vidscreen of the cogitator flicks. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this has ever...
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where the quiet voice is coming from. Cracking like static. Is it the Sentinel, the cogitator? Or is it a figment of your weary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes. I require aid. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Oh, get fucked, idiots.
There is still another way.
One of the available dialogue options requires making use of a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequence of which will depend on the result of the associated choice. Success or failure affects how the dialogue proceeds. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequence will become apparent later. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option to receive a required test, and you will see a tooltip detailing your chances of succeeding. Number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the primary one will be the one. Cool. That's just the name of the house, the sigil. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. Okay. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document I appoint this person as the bearer of a warrant of trade, and bestow upon them their dynasty and great mission, to be a paragon of humanity unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless. Pragmatism.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
I realize the servo skull will not answer you. Okay.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Look faster! Restore communication with the navigator's sanctum! I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection. Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Okay, get me the fuck out of here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the Warren
As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and that new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or left-clicking on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of your current events and guide your character on their journey. The Quest tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quests that you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps in your adventure. The Rumors and Contracts section also contains important information. You will learn about them later. Okay. So I guess we're heading out now. An injury that wasn't healed in time. It can be healed with a medkit, but it requires passing a Medicae skill to succeed. Too many injuries reduce the character's resolve and cause trauma. Shit, alright. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. I'm approving. Do we head out? I can't click on that as a door. Maybe I need to go back to the warrant. You good there, buddy? I feel like I'm missing something really obvious here. Can I shut the doors? Yeah, okay.
Run, fools, or fall! Mistress? What? Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
I see carnage around him. His furrows brows and he places a hand on his weapon.
What?
Clearly serving the unholy gods of the warp.
Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfear, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt. Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, mistress. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicae kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Stub-nose revolver, a favourite weapon of mine. Sword, armoured body glove, and a medkit. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within a single round. The exact percentage of the wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce a character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medkit without passing a skill test. Old injuries can be healed with a medkit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a Medicae test. Using medkits to restore wounds and heal injuries, note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. The character can no longer participate in combat, nor can they be resuscitated by any means. They will regain consciousness after the battle and receive a trauma, which can be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medkit. Medkits can only be used by characters who have the field medic or base skill of a Medicae, or have taken Medicae skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medkit in battle, a Medicae skill test determines the number of wounds it will restore. Adelard can heal your character's injury. Click on the portrait. You've got new items, press inventory. Okay. You've got a medkit for me. Thank you. I don't know why I did that. Inventory. To equip new weapons or armor, open your inventory, double-click on an item. Alternatively, you can hold left-click and mouse drag it across. Slots become highlighted once you drag. You can switch between party members while in this menu. Okay. Snub-nosed pistol.
That is a noticeable improvement.
Okay.
Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
No, I'm not.
The lower decks are teeming with heretics, instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
Okay.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
Okay, how did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
Okay, I think the war. Yeah, I think it may have been the Sentinel.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
She's not one of us. Right.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
All right, let's go.
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
She's enjoying herself, at least.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
This room must stink with the smell of burning flesh. Combat begins with a tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select a character by clicking the left mouse button on the portrait. Characters to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible for the character. During the tactical phase, each character in the party may move up to their movement points, but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Shit. Okay, well this is terrible. Because I have absolutely no cover. And also, you didn't let me do my goddamn inventory. What? Right, okay, fine. Your new companion is a warrior. Adelard specializes in melee combat and drawing enemies' attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon that is not considered an attack action. You charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Click left mouse button on the abilities icon to choose a direction to charge in. If the enemy is in the direct path of the charge, it's a B, isn't it? Adelard will attack them, and will be able to use an attack action afterwards if he has not already used one this turn. Note that the charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more tiles away from the enemy. Character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy to make a melee attack. Click on the strike ability. Unlike single shot, melee attacks hit automatically with no need to roll. The enemy will try to dodge or parry the attack if they are using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can only be used to make area attacks. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test, or parry if they're armed with a melee. Damage dealt by melee weapons depends on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength score. Okay. How far could we charge? That's cleave, that's strike. What else have you got? Brace for impact. Navy officer grants the braced effect to each ally, including themselves, in a 5-cell radius. That takes 2. That costs 1. So I could brace and charge, but then no further attacks. I think that's probably worth it. So what? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roughly. Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attack of opportunity. Chance to hit and deal damage calculated is exactly like a normal attack. Oh. We got the braced ability. Why did that not... Oh, because that costs nothing. Ah, okay, right. I would have known that I'd have moved first. Right, that's on me. In combat, some characters' ability of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom of the screen. You hover over its icon or right-click on it. Left button on the icon of the ability. Before your ability is used, you will get a review of its estimated outcome. During your adventures, your character will gain new abilities. Right. You serve me. You do cool shit. Oh, we have rapid fire. Pistol burst, 7 to 11. First creature for every shot within a 12. Oh, hello. 13% chance to hit is not great. So that's if they get close. Double for the win.
Bring ruin. Out of my way. Chaos guides me. Chaos guides me.
Dumbass. Right. Worth. Be careful. Companions can get hurt by your bursts, attack, or area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shot and the area of effect.
I'm not interested.
You don't have a gun. It's fine. End your turn. So, if we were to do that...
Enemy down.
Nice. Time to cast Fireball. Yeah! You can advance the level of your characters and companions. Prevailing in battles, exploring the Coronis Expanse, and completing quests earns you EXP. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on the character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your character new progression options, which include abilities, talents, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character, even if they are not included in the active party during your journeys. You can always increase their level later. Nice. Okay, right. Can I have my goddamn stuff now? That's just in the inventory, so we'll pop that out down there. Enter text. Hello. Right. So, click to view archetype details. One weapon. Right. At this archetype rank, it is possible to increase character skills. The higher the skill score, the easier it will be to pass the corresponding tests. Okay. Oh, so, okay, right, I see. I want to do that one. Right. Recommends persuasion and commerce. Might. So with no point in doing carouse because he's already got that. I might do coercion. I might kind of max that out. Surprised you get a skill increase first and not a new ability.
Keep your wits about you.
Here's a map of your void ship. It consists of several parts, between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will have access to them. Navigator's Sanctum. I didn't ask how big the room is. Said, cast Fireball. Oh, no. An Inquisitorial Psyker? You an iterator? Not an iterator, an interrogator.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
Most people just go with hello. The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, the claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer.
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud.
Yep, okay. That's fair. They can be quite loud. Voices in the head are good.
You
Voices in your
are
knees you want to be worried about.
Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officers' deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officers' deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That settles that. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelstraat's like me
What?
and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on.
You're confused about what I just said?
without us.
Because hearing voices in your head is normal. When people say, oh yeah, I'm hearing voices in my head, so do I. That's where my ears are. If I was hearing voices in my knees, I'd be freaked the fuck out. That's a worry. That's like hearing voices anywhere but your head is the concern.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are
That's cool.
rocking this boat hit us where
Like a Millennium Eye thing you can hover over to see the full portrait.
Our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium.
Not really.
But it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
Hearing isn't vibrations on your eardrums. Hearing is translating the vibrations in the synapses of your brain. And that is quintessentially, almost definitively, in your head. It's kind of the purpose of your head to have that inside.
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Agreed.
Oh no. No.
Look, lady,
Nothing is
you're
well
amusing,
above him. Can't you
but
feel
we're in a
the
hurry.
chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching
I mean, you can be
you. The
verbose
warp ice has already encased
as much
the
as you want
bulkheads.
once we're out of this.
What follows
Tercity
is
would be
calamity.
lovely right now.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we?
Apparently we are.
The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Idris has joined the party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, left mouse click on their portrait. To select multiple, hold and drag. To select the entire party, press backspace. That's a really awkward key. But here we are. Right, so what I want to do, you don't have a gun, but you do. Okay. If I take that gun off of you and give that to you, can't do that. Okay. Go to there. Take that off of you. Add to cargo. You... Pick that up. Wait, do we have shared inventory? Have I been thinking about this wrong? We have shared inventory. Okay, that actually makes it so much easier. Right. Let's dual-wield pistols. Let's dual-wield swords. Fucking go. In combat, a character may need to use different kinds of weapons. Which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory and prepare different weapon sets. To switch to the different weapon set in combat, press X. Swapping weapons does not cost action points. Okay, so that does only bring one at a time. Never mind the door not budging. The door is looking at you. Run. Okay, let's see where we get before it triggers. There we go. Right, you over there, you over there, you over there. Oops. No, that's wrong. You. Perfect.
Indeed.
Abelard is kind of sick. You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended combat actions before you take them. Accessible cell in the battlefield to place the character's hologram there, select an ability or a single shot action. We already know this, to be fair. We accidentally found this. So both the same. If I go there, it gives me a 56, 42. That's technically the highest chance. Not going to stop him from attacking either way. Additionally, all of the officer's abilities can be applied to the target of the voice of command from any distance. A character who becomes a target of voice of command cannot be targeted by this ability for the next 2 rounds. Yeah, okay, that was silly.
Hold on.
Psycho and an operative. An operative can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her psycho abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies exploit effect to all enemies within the operative's line of sight. Start of each operative's turn. The operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus, the more exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit ability added to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks and the operative's perception. Exposed Weakness is an operative ability which they can use against a single enemy who is under the exploit effect. This ability reduces the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits. It is armed with a special staff that allows a Psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter staves that only Psykers can use. Okay. So we can smackety smack, we can zappity zap. I wanted to do that one more, but probably not worth it. He's already been analysed, but if we put that on him as well, then do that, that should kill him, right? Guaranteed 18 damage. Will also backflash onto me, though. Psyker increases the target's dodge or parry, so that's for buffing. That's also guaranteed to kill and won't hurt me. And then charge. Coming through. Oh, it goes round. Okay. Oh, you missed! Character just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon. Wow, rude. And place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents which improve weapon skills. Okay.
Let's get to it. Out of my way.
Hey, hey. You want to know what happens to a heretic psycho when it's hit by lightning? Same thing as everything else. The creature in the center, in the chair, appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling in through its two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut. Two ordinary eyes, as well as a third eye that sits in the center of its forehead. So, navigators are humans mutated to have a penial eye, as in central eye in the middle of their forehead. They use this to view the Astronomicon, right, which is the light of the Emperor in the warp, and can use that as a guiding star through the immaterium. However, what is not known to most, and I'm surprised they've had the balls to do it in this, is that the older they get, the more mutated they get. Most tend to go into seclusion before the other mutations become noticeable. I only know of 2 books in the entirety of the Black Library that detail this fact.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Okay.
Master Vespidus.
Your time is short.
Oh, and it makes a point of mentioning in this that rogue traders are so wealthy compared to even the richest commanders of the Imperial Navy or nobles and things like that, that the rogue trader that we're working for owns multiple planets. A good rogue trader is insanely wealthy. Until compared with a navigator house. Navigator houses are... They're like Dune spice traders. They're like House Ordos. They are the only reason the Imperium exists. Yeah. Watched a podcast on 40k ships that included the navigators. They talked about the third eye, but not the additional mutations. It's widely known among the fan base. It's not something that a lot of media bothers to go into, partially because it's kind of fucked up, and partially because it kind of diminishes the Imperium a little bit in their whole, yeah, we don't like mutants and stuff like that. The general populace sees things like Ogrins and Ratlings and Jakero and Psykers and Navigators as a necessary evil. Ones that can be controlled. Ones that are sanctioned. If the population knew that the mutations on the Navigators were not under control, they were not contained, and they were not warp sanctioned, they were not Imperial sanctioned, that would be interesting. That would be very interesting. They cover it in great detail in, weirdly, some of the Space Wolf books. I think it's book 4. Ragnar gets exiled to Terra for a misdeed. Ends up working for an organization called the Wolf Blade, which are the defenders of the Navigator House that works for them, House Belisarius. And has to go into the deep, deep chamber of their household on Terra to defend them from an assassin. And is like, yo, what the fuck are these? Because I'm saving them because that's my orders, but in literally any other situation, if I didn't know about this, if I just walked into this room and saw these, I'd be throwing grenades. I'd be blasting with my bolt pistol, and I'd be taking this motherfucking sword to every single one of these cunts. I would be tearing this place down, and I do not like that I have to save them. And then he obviously succeeds in his mission, and he looks at his friend, a navigator, and he's like, oh, there is shit you ain't telling us. Great series of books. Our time is short. What to do?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
I'd rather not.
It came from beyond. His body is not his.
Idara's screams are echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Run
Very Nurgle.
From this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Give me a name.
The Edge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, the shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
Gods plural. Voice sounds Nurgle, attitude sounds Khorne. Each word rings through your head like a tolling bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with sounds not meant for this world. When you played the Rogue Trader tabletop, or our Rogue Trader was part of a family that owned a manufactorum that built Lehman Russ tank variants, then a fleet that shipped them around the Imperium. We had a Lehman Russ on 3 of the ships at all times, and we could deploy with us on planetary combat, and the captain could order around. I think the wording is too vague. I think the only one that I would say that the wording isn't is Slaanesh. Slaanesh, bringer of twilight, myriad Moors. It's not really his thing. Bringer of twilight could be Tzeentch, could be Khorne. Myriad Moors could be Tzeentch, could be Nurgle. So I'm withholding judgment so far, but leaning more towards Korn or Zinch.
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck.
Well, the fact that they said gods kind of made me think Undivided as well, but I'd be a bold choice.
The servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas. Good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under his closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Okay. Fucking run! Guessing we're going this way now that this door's sanitized. Lots of viscous flesh are entangled with the metal, sealing it shut. Okay, guess not. Don't like that there's no kind of... Okay, next objective this direction. Kind of leaves you to wander blindly a little too much. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Left-click on defeated enemies to inspect them. Trophies on the right side of the trophy window go to your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped by your characters. Trophies on the left side are picked up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can then be later used to trade with various factions. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by dragging them. Alternatively, you can use the buttons at the bottom to mass transfer. So when you leave an area, you get them all. Okay. Scrappy auto gun. Axe. I want all to inventory. Go. Ah, okay. Are you sure you want to collect the remaining trophies and leave this location? To leave this location, collect all remaining. No, I want to... Collect the remaining trophies, yes. I mean, to be fair, in your favour, Firebird, the guy was surrounded in purple magic. It's probably Zinch. Even the elevator's a goddamn cathedral. Duck and cover, man. Duck and cover. Oh. Weave, Rickon, weave.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
Elevatorium. Actually, it's an ascender. Genuinely, they're called ascenders. Sister of battle.
Somebody shoot these.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
Bloody god botherers. Argenta. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand for a brief moment. It seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Uh,
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger.
Order of the Sacred Rose?
I must halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments,
no, Inquisitorial chapter. Interesting.
So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics.
We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstradt the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Essential is right. I am no traitor, sister, you can be sure of that.
Very well. We may leave it at that. For now.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What's a worry the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders serve the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation.
I like Abelard.
More appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice. Through this door, I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Alright. Right, so we've got some more gear. Let's get rid of that. So, I don't want to use pistols. I want big guns. But having some sort of backup ready is probably wise. You can have your pistol back. You probably don't need the second sword. You're not really using it. You don't seem to have a dual wield ability. Incorrect armament. Maybe I don't have a slot proficiency for it. Honestly, I'd love to take your bolter from you, but I don't think you're going to let me. Let's give you a melee weapon in case you need your pistol out. Can I take your chest plate? I can. Okay. You've got 2. You've got 1. Let's top that up. Is that staff better than yours? So you've currently got a psychic staff equipped, which is 4 to 8. Strike and lightning arc. Those look identical to me. So we'll send that to cargo. Back to cargo. You can't equip that. You can't equip that. You can have a third. Oh, okay. Oh, they're stacks. Roger that. Aha! Creative Trank Injectors. Maglev Impeller. Salvaged Processor. Ships of low... No! No, they're cigarettes. You can't be shipping fucking low sticks. Oh, that's fucking great.
I know how to take risks.
Explosion blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through. Okay. Then can we, please? Oh, door to... She said door to my right, and she was facing that way. Game lied to me. It was closed, but the lack of attack can probably be opened with the right tool. Second auto gun, low capacity fuel tank, vat meal cakes, and void sweet ale. You've received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. There you will find and purchase new equipment. Okay. Right, 3 to 5, 7 to 11. So this is literally 1 higher damage overall. Okay. Okay, it was waiting for me to do the thing. Oh, this is a battle. Okay, right. Can I get you forward? A lot going to get a go before he does, so I'm probably going to leave him back. Argenta is a warrior with Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. He is an expert with burst-ranged weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and Gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of the next attack by -1 action point. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty to their ballistic skill for this attack alone. Run and Gun also allows a soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack in a turn. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical hit chance, and critical damage. This effect stacks until the end of combat. Certain types of weapon let you make burst attacks. When performing a melee burst attack, the character makes several swings against a target. If the first strike hits the target, all subsequent strikes automatically hit. If the first strike is dodged, the same applies. When performing a ranged burst attack, the character fires several successive shots with different trajectories. Most of these shots are concentrated on the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies that are in the center of this line, the more of them will take the damage if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central line. Burst shots are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. Be careful, burst shots can hit all allies standing in the direction of the attack. But they're just not good. Like, it's such a low percentage chance to hit that why would you? That's Run and Gun. That's plus 12 momentum. Then the Sister of the Adeptus Sororitas gains 6 stacks of Zeal. Does not provoke attack of opportunity. Okay.
Death to non-believers!
Why would you cleave? It was a single target. Always amusing when the smallest character has the biggest gun. Yeah. That's kind of what I intend to be fair. Idria, give me a chain fucking lightning.
Victory is imminent.
Yeah, hate it. Yeah, this is first stream of and enjoying. Don't mind. That's fine. Reinforcement. Melee seems ridiculously effective.
I serve the ruinous powers! Death to the weak!
What do you mean, miss? How was he aiming at her? Full and partial cover gives you the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover is indicated by a skull and a shield. Reduces the chance of hit by 60%. Partial cover reduces it by 35%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, and other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover. Right. You, do as you're told. You, do as you're told. You. Not great. 23%, 35 on the back. I've got no line of sight on you two. 23 on you. God damn it. Dodged while crouched. Like it. Right. Can I delay someone's turn? Is the question. We're at the heroic act stage here. How do we do a heroic act? Right, so we've got strike, swing, all creatures within 3, sweep, one creature within a cell inflicts bleeding. Damn.
Out of my way!
Fantastic enjoy. Just need to remember to play it more at some point. Who has the time? Who has the time? Right, there's no way that's going to leave him. Oh, it does. Okay. Fuck you. Right. Line of sight. Dodge and parry.
On it.
Kind of want to move and then shoot with you, but how am I missing at 70%? Come on, lady. Good. Bleed. Can't really get anywhere without... Okay, ability stop you moving as well, that's annoying.
I'm not so sure.
Can't touch this. No, 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 no. Right. Really like to get over there, to be honest.
Let's make some opportunities.
Oh, that you hit. That you hit. Okay, I see. Nothing in range. Yeet. Oh, you should... I move first. Always move first. %. You're missing 75s and nailing 12 and 14. Hate it. Hate this game. Logic 100 to open the door. There's some goods back here. Ooh, new multi-key. Let's see a crew member. Where the frick were you? That's fine. I like how it just sends the closest. That's an electrified shard net. Why are you carrying Eldar weapon tech? Thanks very much for the follow, Bloody Falcon. Did I launch XCOM? Yeah, it's normal XCOM logic. It's fine. Right. Anything else in here? Who's his seating area? So, machine write available. Or I can just use my logic to open it anyway without any items. To open the door, click on the icon above the cogitator. The character with the highest logic will make a skill test. If this test fails, the door will remain closed. A particularly bad result of logic can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open. Your character is about to make a logic skill test. In dialogue and during exploration, you will often find various skill tests, and their result may determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear and reveal new information. The success of the test is determined by rolling a d100. Each skill test has a difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value equal to or less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, if you're attempting a test with a difficulty of -10, your character's logic skill score is 40. 40 minus 10 equals 30. Therefore, to succeed on a logic skill test, you must roll 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Note the difficulty is calculated from greater to lower values. The greater the difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. It is easier to succeed on a difficulty 40 than it is to succeed on difficulty 10. The higher the character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on the character's respective characteristic scores, skill advancements on level ups, and any bonuses the character's equipment may offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your characters and their companions. Cool. It's nego modifiers. It's a common thing in Warhammer, negative modifiers. Yeah, basically, if you have a stat of a range of 100, a skill of 1, if you had to roll above the dice roll, a skill of 1 is easier to pass than a skill of 90. You know, you've got 99 chances of passing a skill 1, but you've got 10 chances of passing a skill 90. So by increasing your stat, you're making it harder for yourself. If you add 10 to your stat, now that difficulty of 1 is a difficulty of 11. I mean, you've actually got less chance of succeeding. It's called a negative modifier. Or a negative range. It's very, very common in RPGs. You'd be surprised how often they exist and you just don't notice them. Can we open this door?
It won't open. The damned heretics have blocked the door, trembling at the thought of our approach.
Which is the right way to go? F5 is going to be safe, isn't it? F5 is always safe. Let's go in here and see if this is goods, because this looked like an optional thing. Hello, shiny shinies. That's trade gear. Some armor and some melter charges. Shit, alright. On that side. Armor, probably best to give to you. if it's any better. Oh, those are operator's gloves. Wear against +3 to tech. What is our tech at the moment? Tech use 45, 30, 30, 30. So we want those. This is a nice little +3, which should make this next check a little bit easier. Use a melter charge to open it, use a multi-key, or use tech. All of these are 100%. I don't really want to blow it up. You know, this could become my ship one day.
Over
there. Okay. Random extra goods. So exploring with all characters is actually worthwhile. I want to continue not noticing. Right. I don't want demolition. I want tech. Why is the option for tech now gone? Okay, guess I'm blowing it up. Ding! Okay, so we now have an ability Bring It Down. The officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with 2 AP and no movement. If this ally is under the effect of Voice of Command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn, ally gains a 1-time additional 10 momentum. This ability cannot be used on the same ally more than once per round. You've got Endure. Until the warrior's next turn, they gain 2 deflection and 10 temporary wounds. The operator removes all exploits from a target, decreases that target's dodge, parry, and armor by 15, plus exploits removed times 1% until start of... What's modifying that? So that would require a personality, persuasion, whatever it's called. Yeah, okay. So the reason it's times 1 is because one of our stats isn't that good yet. This ability reduces the target's armor to 0, and the operative removes only half of the exploits from the target. Oh, if this ability reduces the target's armor. Nice. And Soldier. Revel in the slaughter. Soldier immediately removes the Winded effect until the end of combat. The soldier gains the following bonuses. +10 ballistic, 15% critical, 5% hit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The counter is not reset between rounds, but is reset between battles. Catechism of Saint Drusus. Alright. I think that's mentioned in one of the Caiaphas Cain books. Ooh, helmet. I wish tab was meant it was inventory. Right. This gives us +5% armor. Enjoy your helmet, buddy. In fact, no, let's see what it looks like on everyone. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, it looks wrong on everyone. You know, we should also give you a pistol, really, shouldn't we? Machine right. A set of sacred oils that can be appeased. Technology provides an additional bonus to call out to the machine spirit. Okay. I think melter charges. Oh, these are just from inventory. Okay. So that's an elevator, but one we can't use. Go! Run all the way around. I demand you run all the way around. Not really. It's a cutthroat down there.
What do we have here?
Hello. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, they're multi... I keep thinking they're staffs.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, wait, we're back. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke begins to make you cough and grasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And there you see a figure walk out of the fire towards you. It's Theodora von Valancius.
Are you lost, my heir?
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart. If you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Okay, choose who you're going with. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on the values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. They can develop in three directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, and heretical. Each include 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously your character follows their convictions, and the more noticeable their world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of these 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. Walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide you to a righteous path. Take the pain away and give me power. Or I will not leave people in harm's way. I think I'm going to go for Iconoclast. You look away, and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful. Once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors, in your determination you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head you see nothing but the bellowing fire. Okay.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place.
I made a bridge. I made this. Right, so grab that. Hey!
Too late. We are too late.
You led your people out of the fiery trap on the officer's deck and arrived too late to rendezvous with Edelthrad.
Even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak, without us.
My lady, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
Wow, way to just lay it out there.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Making the meeting with the air. Reach the secret lift. Okay, so we didn't rescue Edelthrad, but we did get some guardsmen. Not sure that was better for us. That's where he took me. I want to see if there's any other interesting items. How do I activate the elevator that they used earlier? Or is it this one? No, okay, I guess it's the main bridge door then. Doesn't look like an elevator. Meet shields, I mean guardsmen. Same. Ah, okay. Reinforced thermoplast, concentrated promethium. Oh, we have cargo space. Oh.
This is intriguing.
That does not serve as a stateroom. I'm going to need any of these. Yeah, they're not quite as good as what we've got. She's got an axe, so that's fine. Shift them all over to inventory then. Yep. Oh, I keep waiting. I keep thinking this is a loading screen, and it's not. I would actually really like this if the people who are with me now end up dying. You know, we lose them as part of this. And the people we recruit are just generic guardsmen. No, they're just people who I get to train up. I like it when it's generic people. The life of the everyday grunt is more interesting than this shit. Right. Well, there's some psychic shit going on in here for a start. Well, that can pack it in. We're having words. Oh, you've got a freaking hell. I want to live here. Give me your battle barge. You've got an amazing, like, orgy fountain, basically. With, like, viewing seats and shit. That's fucking crazy. Now I pass out. Hopefully don't feel sick when I wake. Well, yes, hopefully. Go to sleep. Get well. Oh, she did. Bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light-soothed surface of the object is dotted with dark spots. Ooh. Dogmatic follower. Helmet of the devoted protector. Requires dogmatic follower. This helmet grants its wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. We got anybody who can equip that? I wouldn't believe we have. Oh, he can. Okay. Have yourself a gold helmet there, buddy. I guess you take that. I wish I could hide it. You found an item that can only be equipped by characters of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to see which conviction your characters follow. Note that both your character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check what conviction the character adheres to under the character menu. Convictions change the direction and rank based on how the game's story develops. Okay, so I'm an iconoclast follower. He's an adherent. The Rogue Trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Nice. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Votary becomes available in the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2 adherent. Belief in the value of human life and freedom, faith in the power of goodwill, capable of overcoming the horrors and dangers of the universe without the need for artificial prohibitions. The desire to seek out common ground and compromise rather than uncompromising destruction. Okay. You gain 2 Rogue Trader 2 plus the Rogue Trader's Iconoclast rank additional movement points. Shit, alright. Iconoclast was the way to go. Rogue Trader and allies spend 30% less momentum to activate heroics. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally. The target ally may immediately use their heroic act without spending momentum. Any attack from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Any allied abilities that may target an ally and has a resistance set will be resisted by allies. So that's just automatic. That just happens. That's cool. Rogue Trader and allies have a 20% chance to save a combat stimulant or medkit after using it. That's real good. I may have to grab a point in Heresy. For the first round of combat, everyone in the Rogue Trader's party gains 25% chance to regain 1 AP after killing an enemy. However, triggering this effect immediately manifests psychic phenomena. No, thank you. Any psychic phenomenon increases the momentum of the Rogue Trader's party by +2 to the power of 10 instead of decreasing it by 1 to the power of 5. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally including themselves and grant them 20 bonus to all characteristics for 2 rounds. But it knocks them prone. Okay, that's haste. All weapons on the battlefield become warp imbued for 1 round, gaining bonus damage equal to +5 times Veil Degradation %. and an additional plus 5 times Veil Degradation % armor penetration. Well, that's all weapons on the battlefield, as in enemies as well. That doesn't seem too good. Rogue Trader now is getting 10% chance to survive with 1 wound. That's pretty useful. May have to grab that. First round of combat, all critical hits scored by the Rogue Trader's party inflict burning. All fire damage suffered by enemies is increased by 1 for each rank of Conviction Dogmatic. Any momentum expenditure of the Rogue Trader and their allies is reduced by 20%. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally for 1 round. All of the target's weapon attack, ignore armor. Well, that's the same one. Until the start of the next turn, the Rogue Trader becomes immune to any attacks from demons and Xenos, and all demons and Xenos in a 5-cell radius consider themselves a priority target. Oh no, consider me a priority target. Can only be used once per battle. Still pretty good. So you don't get the abilities there. Okay, that sucks. Right. Let's go raiding things first. That's where we're going to leave the room. Theodora's Rosary. The wearer of this amulet gains plus 10 to commerce and law. Rogue Trader's Cloak grants 5 fellowship to each enemy within radius. Okay. Well, we know who's getting those. I want a cape, because capes are cool. Theodora van Valancius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against the bulkhead. Oh no, they killed... No! They killed Mort! I looted Mort and I didn't even realize it was him.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Eyes wide shut.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
I want the melter. An auto-pistol shot went straight through his forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter and shards of his skull. The safety of the arch-militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he had. You lean closer. The cause of death is apparent. A Rogue Trader's life was ended by an auto-pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise. The last emotions he experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchment and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass shattered on the floor. Difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Okay.
color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft. It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Understandable. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over scrolls until you stumble on a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Re-Sproutening system. One of my many acolytes. So this is from an Inquisitor then. Pretty much the only person who could order around a rogue trader. One of my acolytes, Interrogator Henriks von Kalox, will operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will without delay make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you. After which you will provide him passage to the Furibundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the Interrogator will remove himself from your presence and await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator von Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, von Kalox himself will disclose the details of his missions. Okay. So to shiver down your spine, the author of this letter addressed to Theodora van Valancia signed it with the seal of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Nice.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain.
Hoarfrost from the psychic effect is really kicking up here.
Scum will regret the day they were born.
Well, nothing else we can do there. Collar organ with ivory keys, yellowed by long service. Another quick look in here, see if anything pops up. How do I... Oh, yeah, I know how I leave. I go through that elevator that I found earlier that I now can't remember where it is. It would be this way. Okay, right. Really don't know where to put people here. Honestly, if I can go over there, I think I will. That way, you can go there. You two are kind of already in cover, but it's only partial. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor that indicates what percent of incoming damage... The armor stat indicates what percent of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. Type of armor also influences the chance that the character is wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. Character in light armor dodges attacks more often but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. You have obtained heavy armor. Unlike light armor and medium armor, heavy armor provides the ability to deflect damage. Deflection is a unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage taken by a specified flat amount. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium and light armor, but also usually has a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy attack while wearing it. Only characters with heavy armor proficiency may wear this armor. Okay. That's 1 AP. 2 AP. Okay, that's fine. So pop that. Everybody gets a brace. I get +2 deflection. Then we move there. Charge to there. Shit, why did I do that? That was silly. Right. You are my servant. You have the voice of command.
My gut tells me
You take an extra turn. It's movement. It's no movement, isn't it? So we could run and gun.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
85 and missed. Right, then I finish my turn. Oh my lord. These accuracy stats have got to be inverted, right? You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to the enemy portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Right mouse click on the effect icon to see more details. Fresh injury. Okay. Right. Then you move to there. And why is that not? Oh, it's right. Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
Right. Have to move forward. We haven't got any exploits on yet.
Cover me.
Just a minor setback.
It's alright. There's only a little bit of damage, but it was worth it for the 2 kills.
Grey hair, sure hair.
Oh, dodge moved him forward.
Guides me. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character, their companions, and enemies are recorded in the combat log in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Ah, interesting. Good to know. Right. So.
At your beck and call.
This is why we have temporary shit. So then I can just burn into you. You. Take another go. %, with a chance to kill on a full damage. With a bleed. He should now bleed to death.
Was that you?
Was that you?
Or... But of course.
Right. How much exploit do you have? Exploit 2. Decreasing the target's armor. Keep you stacked. Ooh, how do you dodge a melter? You bled to death. Good, good, good. That is exactly what we wanted. Why didn't it attack? Bitch.
I refuse.
Why? Oh, you're out my range. Oh, come on! You still got 2 stacks of exploit. 3. Nice. Right. Grace of the Oblivious. The wearer gains 5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Oh, that's great. Looting one loots them all. Oh, that's beautiful. Still gutted I didn't get that melter. levels don't seem few and far between, do they? Officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the extra turn, there is no attack limit. Oh, Lord. Okay, so every fourth level, every couple of levels, we get a talent. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, we're not really using those. Range of the officer's abilities is increased by 3, while the range of voice of command is increased by 6. Officer uses an ability on an ally. That ally gains a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 4. These bonuses stack, but half of the stacks rounded up are lost at the end of the target's turn. That's really good. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, an ally go, no, that's rubbish. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, an ability, or an attack, that ally's resolve is increased by 1 until the end of the officer's next turn. This effect stacks and is prolonged until the end of the officer's next turn each time it stacks. Officer's resolve is increased. Whenever an ally is affected by the officer's ability or talent that grants temporary wounds, that ally's armor is increased by 10% for 1 round and does not stack. Allies under the effect of the officer's ability gain a bonus to their weapon skill equal to 8 and deal 5 more damage on attack of opportunities until the start of my next turn. Officer use voice as command or bring it down for the first time in combat. This ability costs -1. Okay. Whenever heroic act is used in combat by any character, the officer's next attack will be 0. Immediately, you require air of authority to do that. Immediately grants momentum to the target equal to the resolve. Whenever the officer makes an attack, they gain 5 fellowship until the end of combat. Uses 2 officer abilities that do not grant an extra turn in 1 round. No. Officer uses an ability that grants movement points. The officer also gains half that movement. The officer and allies with voice of command effect deal an additional 15% damage to enemies that have not yet acted. Only on the first round. Not good. High-will characters will pass willpower resilient tests using their fellowship. Jesus, there's so many skills. This is nuts. Base skills, base laws, bolter proficiencies, agility. Oh no, this doesn't lock skills behind. I mean, look at all the categories. This is everything. Enemies gain no melee superiority bonus against this character. Characters can attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set, in addition to the usual one per round. This attack suffers a -20 in ballistic skill cost of AP 1 or more. Because 1 more AP. Requires dual weapon combat or melee weapon specialist. In addition, an additional attack with the second weapon will suffer no penalties or increased cost if the first attack was either an axe's sweep or a hammer or mace's harsh shove. Goes to parry. Enemies hit by this character's arc rifle suffer a number of echo pulse stacks. Kinda don't want to apply this. I kinda want to see will. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks. Increase wounds by half of the character's level rounded up. That might be good for him. If allies become the secondary target of this character's arc rifle, they do not suffer damage. This I want. Allows the character to use melter weapons such as melter gun, multi-melter, and others. I will be grabbing that as soon as I see a melter weapon. 10% to dodge. Plasma weaponry. Power weapons. Character's first attack with the Weber in a round does not count towards the attack limit. Okay, I think I agree that the recommended ones are probably the best ones to go for right now. The ally gains a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 4. I think this is the one. Whenever an officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 4. I can put that on my gunners and have them take it by taking... I can give my gunners a free shot and then allow them to do that, you know, give them a bonus as well. So I think we take that one. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains 3 additional MP until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee attacks this turn. Shit me. Okay. So, whenever they make a melee attack, the warrior's next melee attack against the enemy deals an additional 5 damage. It does not stack, but can be reactivated after another attack is made, same or different enemy. Warrior's melee attack deals an additional 3 damage to enemies that have no allies. Warrior's critical damage is increased. Warrior has less than 50% wounds, they gain 13 critical hits. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter. Each start of the turn, the warrior gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. Warrior gains +1 damage deflection. Their parry chances increase by 25% of the warrior's armor. I think that just lets you send him in and have him not die. Yeah. Okay, the operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on each enemy in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. Can even use a ranged weapon in melee. This attack always hits, and until the end of the combat, the target of this attack suffers a 30% penalty to armor, dodge, block, and parry. Whenever an operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the attack deals 14% more damage. Exposure weakness costs 0. Operative triggers an exploit on an enemy. The operative gains +1 damage and armor pen. Also reduces toughness and willpower. Operative attacks targets affected by an exploit from a distance of 11 cells or further. Does more damage. When the operative's perception bonus is higher. I just think I like this. Let's keep her AP up and let her do more. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2. During the weapon attack that normally costs at least 1 AP, or at least AP, these attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Yeah, alright, yep, that's pretty good. For each adjacent ally, the soldier gains more damage. Not really using that, but I could stick it next to the operative. Increase effect of cover. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains 18% more damage. Reloading costs -2 AP. The first reload in a combat does not cost AP. Soldier gains 8% critical hit chance. The bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover. Both of those are really good, but I think that one is what we're going for there. Cool. There's so much to do. That just goes to cargo. Oh, he's alive still. Injured, but alive.
The first sacrifice opens the second
sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader. Oh. The rogue trader is dead?
Yeah.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Why does he not have a portrait? Seems rude.
We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid the very thought of yielding. The ship can be steered out of the warp, but we must restore communication between the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum. Perhaps the warp does not have to be an end.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Kunrad Voigtgear clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Ready our weapons. If we're going to die this day, let us die with honor.
No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No. It will not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Get baited, idiot. That is a chaos spawn. No colours to give it away, though. Right. Be in the corner. You... Nobody puts baby in a corner. Move you forward. Sorry, no, you move you there. Move you there. You will encounter various enemies with various abilities and features, and I can't... Oh, we've already seen that. Right. You serve me. You. Do some shit. You.
We'll make it happen.
Open fire. Not really going to matter. You've got 95% shot at that fecker, though. Let's sit his ass down. Right. That's good enough for me. Sit down, please. Weapon at the ready. Good shot, sir. Oh, there are heroic acts. No wonder they're so good. Right. Okay, that makes more sense. Right. Good shot at that one. To use unique abilities called heroic acts or desperate measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. A high momentum value allows the character to use a heroic act, a low allows a desperate measure. Both abilities can completely change the course of a battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in a single combat. Definitely want to give that a go. Gun. Open fire on that bastard. Why have you got Bagger? Can't see that one. %95% and you missed. Wow. Right. So that now should cost nothing. Oh, peril of the warp roll. Ow! Yay, Psyker. Right. That's still going to chain to him, isn't it? But he's got temp armor, so we can probably tank that. It's going to cost 2. That's going to cost 2. That's going to cost 1. Pop an exploit on you. And let's fuck up both of them. Good tanking there, sir. Right. What ability have you got? Natural armor. This creature's armor depends on the amount of its wounds. If it has more than 70% of its total wounds, it has 55% armor. Also, it always suffers 20% toxic and fire damage. Okay, insane immunity. So, do I hit this every turn? Exploit weakness is not even added. Shit. Creature's dodge, power, and critical hit are reduced, but its armor and damage are increased. Which is negative effects. It becomes staggered instead of suffering a stunned or cannot attack effect. So I'm not able to target and exploit this thing.
Death to non-believers. Strengthens me.
Point blank execution. Nice, in the back. That's right, Sonny, you get up. Right, what was that he just did? Bleeding with damage over time. Nothing great. Eight to 18, 3 to 3. Psychic Scream for the win. Excuse me, what are these? Echoes of the warp bullshit? We've got our momentum back, so operative's immediate effect to exploit on each target. At the end of combat, the target is This attack suffers 30% penalty to armor. No, I'm not going to use that on you. I want to use yours. Officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During this extra turn, there is no attack limit. Hello, boys. I have a second gun, do you? Keep chipping away at it. How would you miss? He's at 4 exploit now. So let's drop his armor down.
Anything is.
Psychic Scream. You've already got the dodge, so let's put it on yourself. Follow my lead. Mate, as long as you just stay and shoot, you're already more effective than most of my people. Hey, no spitting. Right. Really, we should have taken that extra range now. No, you know what? It's actually better if I go there. Because then you can do that. And that. And that. Let's keep this armor, this fecker's armor down as low as we can. Start of the operative's next turn. Damn. Okay. Veil Degradation. When Psychers reach deeper into the warp, their power abilities, there's always a chance for the Empyrean to bleed into our reality. Factor that is invariably destructive and damaging. Beginning of combat, Veil Degradation usually starts at 0. Uses increases by 1 for each use of a minor psychic power, 3 for a major. Increases by 1 each round. So I need to stop fucking using psychic shit. Fuck you! Yeah! Yeah! Fuck you, big boy! Okay. That was awesome. Gloves, a cape, and a blade shard made from mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colors. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20% until the end of the combat, max 60%. Well, I think we know both of those are going to. Have some gloves. Get yourself a fancy cape. Any secret sneakies?
Trevor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
You're weird. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard's cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Fox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, mistress. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. And please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Get me a throne. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath the thin shell is constantly changing, while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in an otherworldly fire, other a vessel of ancient evil, pours into you. The voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and the voice booms with all of the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots deep into your consciousness. And a moment later you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. Begone, Phantom!
The Aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the Edge of Day. direction.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Can everyone else see this shit, or is this just me?
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
He did.
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that
I'm taking that. I ain't turning that shit down.
Von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader.
You said the line.
The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lady. It is because of her toils that we all still live. The deed is done, mistress. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Yeah. I'm a rogue trader. Only took 4 hours. Not bad.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of her resolve, saved those who were counting on her for protection.
Upward mobility in 2026? Only in a video game. Hell yeah. Promotion in this economy. Achievement, you completed the prologue. Why are you still behind that curtain? Well done, your ladyship. Open the cargo management screen to learn more about the cargo on your flagship, the amount and types, and the percentage of cargo being filled. On the cargo tab, you can see details about items packed in each cargo slot. If you need to use an item that is already packed, move that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You will meet them soon. You can't help but notice that the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, he pulls himself together. Wait, is it only the prologue that's voiced? Everything else isn't? Oh, that sucks. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. That's a more pressing problem. I do not wish to be a rogue trader. Then why did you buy the game? Have you succeeded in tracking him down? He grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for what he wrought. What is on the agenda? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses. Your Ladyship, take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honour of beholding a visage of the Lord Captain. With a gesture, relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honour. Lord Captain Alethea von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Introduce those present. As you wish, lady. He points at a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Toloman line is our new Vox Master. Yep, that's a look, alright. It is an honour to serve your ladyship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we will not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This ship's as good a home to me. This here ship's a good home to me. So rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum, Giannis Danrock, who oversees supplies procurement and the general material well-being of the ship. Oh, I don't like you already. You're already a pompous idiot. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, a heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honour, your ladyship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent the extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, Savant of the Omnisire. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving a complicated manipulation of the Tech Priest's mechadendrites. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. Okay, let's go through them. Tallman bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, have been completed. He's lighting a glow stick with a frickin' welding torch. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Factorum. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The tasks will require next to no involvement from your ladyship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the Tech Priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately the number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses at the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winter-scale rogue trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Especially true given Calignos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually instills as governors on his planet. Rise, Master. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its anger and sorrow. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magus was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrade aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equal that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate? No. Okay. Tech priest bows her head. Helmsman, Ordnance, one of the weapons first. Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fires where I'm told. We'll just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No, Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. For what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply, as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. Ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us void knows where. Silence. The bridge's magnificent glassed panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. If only one officer of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all, your ladyship. I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance, the former Master of Ordnance, I should say? Besides, find a replacement, that is. We have already got one lined up. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack. Execute him! Master of Audiences are few and far between, so for that reason he may remain in post. Leave his punishment at your discretion. Let's earn some iconoclast. Okay. Cease your snivelling, you disgrace. And you disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Your hysterics are over. Let us resume. Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping blood from his broken nose. His face is a picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of a fate he so narrowly escaped. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without an Engineer Prime or Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set as much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or us all melting into the bulkheads. Your ladyship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was Navis Nobilite, navigators. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. Which means a new navigator, one may be found in the Navis Nobilite station. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies. Okay, so it's definitely Zeech then. And today we will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys of salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else we'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as our new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go around and around this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that. So to summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new engine seer, prime, and a navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this is not the end of our trials. The ship's system must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at a footfall station, home to one of the dockyards in the sector, but we will never reach footfall without first solving 3 immediate problems. Honestly, Zinch would decide to actually help just to mess with it. Keikaku, my friend. Zinch is the ultimate Keikaku. What can you tell me about the system we're currently in? I see to Vox Master on this point, Mistress Tolliman. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your ladyship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that the augurs the scanners basically, have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station to find out what in the world is going on. Assemble officers salute you as one. Your ladyship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason, to find the interrogator. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who was the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, and chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. Came across a strange handwritten letter signed XC. Ah yes, Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Hermanix van Calox, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something, unless he's operating under blue circumstances. That is all of it, your ladyship. We have a great deal of work ahead of us, but it is a mere taste of the daily burdens of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valencius Protectorate. Gives you another scrutinizing look as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Mr. Argenta, explain yourselves. Grimly nods towards. The Psycho is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. Mr. Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have the time, rogue trader. Idria's glazed eyes rove over the assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Bring the witch to heel. Damn it. Your ladyship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else? No, not yet. The voices are going berserk and shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know something else, I'll report, all right? Lord Captain, if you want to take a closer look at your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Nothing else to report. I declare this briefing concluded. Time to get to work. Ooh. But unfortunately, it's also time for not getting to work, because it is time to end the stream. I thoroughly freaking enjoyed that. My only complaint, and this is a very, very minor one, is that there are so many goddamn skills. There are so many goddamn skills. It is going to take a mountain of reading to work out what is good for me and why. What did Lady Theodora turn out to be? Nothing. So Lady Theodora is a rogue trader. Lady Theodora is a rogue trader. Nothing unusual about that whatsoever as far as we know. However, based on the fact that her interactions with the writ, with the secret chamber thing, Chamber of Secrets, didn't produce the same result as mine, I'm thinking she's not actually of our blood. That I'm not her descendant, and she was actually gathering together descendants of whoever she took over from in order to gain that status. That's why she was looking for a viable heir. However, she was just a human, she was just a rogue trader, operating illegally by the sound of things, and she was killed. She was shot in the head. The ghostly apparition we saw was something to do with the warp, and something to do with the thing in my head. So we're not actually sure what that is, and why, but there's Theodora, the rogue trader, and Theodora the apparition, and we don't really know what the second one is yet. But yeah, that'll be interesting to find out. I also think there's probably another traitor among us. I'm not sure who it is. Someone who uses an auto pistol. It could have just been the psychic guy, the Master of Whispers, walks in, bang, bang, shoots her in the face, quickly turns and shoots Mort. Gutted Mort's dead, I wanted him on my team. But we shall find out. I assume we will find out. And we will find out what this voice in my goddamn head is as well. Yeah. But for now, that is going to be it. We will be back with some more of this tomorrow. Day shift will be re-retro tomorrow, so that is going to be Soul Reaver, Soul Reaver 2 specifically. And we'll be back with some more Rogue Trader later on. I am going to send you all over to see Mr. Capac, because it is Tuesday and it is painting time, and he is painting some Warhammer Fantasy at the moment. So not quite what we've been doing, but similar enough. So hopefully I shall see you guys tomorrow. If not, we'll got one more after that as well. But thank you very much for joining me, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye.